Ihr seid wieder zurück, ja?
Ja, wir sind schon mal wieder da.
So, ich muss mal gucken, wo die anderen sind dann. Scheiße. Blöd.
Jetzt geht's zurück zum Schiff, oder?
Wir sind losgefahren um 8, ne?
8:30 war los.
8:30. Wir haben noch eine halbe Stunde. Wahrscheinlich gehen wir noch, entweder gehen wir an Prinz Real noch vorbei oder an der Assemblea, das Parlament. Und dann haben wir noch ein paar Monumente auf dem Weg. Ja, und dann sind wir mehr oder weniger zurück. Also noch eine Station weiter weg und dann von da runter. So, ich glaube, ich muss sie holen. So. Mal gucken. Sind schon auf dem Weg. Sehr gut. Ja, das Problem ist, ich würde so gerne viel mehr erzählen. Über die
Ja.
so viele Sachen, 900 Jahre Geschichte.
Ja.
Und sehr interessante.
Ja, weil ich denke, auf der einen Seite muss man sich, aber wenn so der Verkehr und alles sehen, dann muss man sich aber auch konzentrieren. So kann man jetzt nicht nur einfach, wie der eben, der fährt einfach rum, der fährt rum, fertig.
Ja, normalerweise müssen wir genauso die gleichen Haare haben
Ja.
und dann hängen bleiben.
Ja.
Ähm,
Machen wir aber jetzt noch. Die muss noch drin.
Dann der andere Farbe ist.
oh ja, die kommt nicht vorbei, weil der Bus blöd
Ah, ja,
steht.
ja, das ist so. Der kommt noch nicht vorbei, weil es PKW ist.
Ja, genau. Ist eigentlich also die tun auch, wenn die Linie wechseln,
Ja.
dann steigen die aus und müssen den Stromabnehmer auch umstellen. Aber das ist mit Absicht. Haben sie extra die alten gelassen,
Ja, ja,
aber nur
ja.
in der Innenstadt.
Ja, ja.
Und außerhalb gibt es dann die ganz normalen,
Ja.
modernen.
Das ist ja auch der Flair.
Übrigens, wenn du das hier, so ein Video auf Instagram legst, da kriegst du die meisten nichts. Ja, das ist wirklich hier das.
Oh, Money.
So, okay. Andiamo. Nós estamos a esperar por o Boss, por Medellina. Wir warten jetzt auf den Führer, der Zugführer. Ja, no. Okay. Okay, aber wir brauchen noch eine Frau. Ah, there we are. Okay. Ok, direita, vocês vão ver o Príncipe Real. A rechte Seite, das Haus, das Palast Prinz Real. Not this one. Esta aqui. Esta Casa Branca. Aqui, na direita. Esta. So, arte moderna, moderne Kunst, izquierda, links. Liberação de Cabo Verde. Die Befreiung von Cabo Verde, das ist eine ehemalige Kolonie.
Hij werkt als auto. Wat terug van de politie.
A direita, Assembleia de Portugal, Parlamento de Portugal, esta casa branca. So, So, direita, mais elevador aqui. Oh, não está aqui. Abaixo. So, estátua de Luís de Camões. Esquerda, links. Luís de Camões. Estátua de António Ribeiro, esquerda, links. So, direita, Arco da Augusta. Rechte Seite, Arco da Augusta. Here we are. Is it Salvia? Obrigado. So, obrigado.
Grazie.
Gracias.
Scusi, per andare ad acquistare, a comprare,
Sì,
diciamo, dove possiamo andare?
Museu do Fado e esta estrada. Então aqui e estão aí. Estão muitas lojas para comprar, tá bem?
Vabbè, grazie.
Ah,
Grazie.
gracias. So, mein Lieber. Oh, Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank. Schönen Tag noch, ne?
Gleichfalls, gell?
Danke, gleichfalls.
Tudo bem.
Olá. Doktor Adriana. Doktor Adriana. Apanhamos aquele contratempo, mas ali no Parlamento.
Sim. Foi um pouco. Sim, não pode fazer nada.
Bora, malta.
Mas porquê? Eu fiz um grupo privado nosso. Não andei nada a meter lá. Epá, não foi dessas coisas. E eu esqueci-me de ter que ir à sair do monte. Ela então, eu disse, estou a sair do monte. Tem uma oficina de paragem. Não, porque eu perdi um cliente, 2 clientes, um casal vazou. Perdemos meia hora.
É pá, atenção a isso.
Não, eu contei-os e disse a toda a gente. Dissemos em italiano, em francês e em inglês. Pessoal, todos juntos, e explicámos o porquê. Entramos, eles não estavam lá, sobraram 2 pastéis. Saímos à procura, estavam a vir da Glória. E depois comecei a falar com eles a dizer, pá, desculpa. Eu sei, pá, mas nós dissemos. Eu liguei lá para lá, eles já estavam a falar com o Iber e tudo. Eu contei 16. À entrada, estamos a entrar, não estão lá, vazaram, não davam. Depois um gajo, nós decoramos a cara dos nossos, eram dos Zé Lobo, ele é que sabia, estás a ver, ficou para trás, pá.
E foste à pastelaria com quantas pessoas?
Fui eu, foi o Pedro, ficou à porta, e a Mafalda veio connosco até meio, voltou para trás. Depois aquela rua bem movimentada.
Coisas, pá, se um gajo perde
Há uma rua bem movimentada, meu. E depois estava lá eu e os coletes do palco ao mesmo tempo.
Já no outro dia me aconteceu isso.
Está bem?
Isto para mim. Ora bem. São potentes.
Um pouco, sim.
Aqui para a sombrinha.
Não é, o protocolo é diferente.
É diferente, então...
Passa aqui. Qual pessoas? 64, está tudo cheinho, 4. 4. Pois.
Malta, vamos pedir aos clientes para estar aqui, Paulo. Vamos pedir aos clientes para estar aqui. Está muito calor, ok? E vamos já dar as águas também, mal eles entrem.
Espera aí, falta aí um bocadinho.
Porque senão os tipos começam a grelhar.
Por isso agora há vinhos, lembrar todos que há vinhos, de manhã não houve, agora há vinhos. A ver se não coincidimos, eu me organizei aí com o Filipe. Já me organizei com ele, a ver se não coincidimos, se corre bem a cena dos vinhos. Portanto, primeiro vai a 2, quem é 2? Vais a 2, que é só direto. Depois, em teoria, vai o Filipe. Depois o Filipe, quando estiveres a sair dos vinhos, depois saindo dos vinhos. E eu chego lá, nem que a gente coincida na garagem, porra, 8 tuques na garagem não há problema
Na
nenhum.
garagem não há problema.
Uns a sair, outros a entrar. E depois seria o 3. Portanto,
Porquê é que não houve vinhos de
3 e 4.
O barco de manhã não tem muito
vinhos?
Vamos só uma pergunta. Qual é que é o teu trajeto? Mais bem. Como é que tu vais fazer?
Vinhos?
Está bem. Tu vais para os vinhos?
Não, pastéis.
Está bem. Como é que tu vais para os pastéis?
Ele vai direto para os vinhos e eu vou fazer carmo, chiado, spa, século.
Não, a gente possivelmente vamos
Time out.
encontrar nos vinhos e...
Estou-lhe a dar à vontade 15 a 20 minutos, 25 minutos, que é o que eu demoro. Entre os pastéis e os vinhos, eu tenho à vontade uns 40, 50 minutos. Pelo menos
Olha
50
lá, e nos
minutos.
pastéis vamos nos encontrar como de manhã dava, agora se calhar... Como é que a gente faz isto?
Ir para os pastéis primeiro. E não estou a ver outra maneira de ir para os pastéis, sinceramente.
Pois não. Pá, mas os pastéis têm lá lugares.
Eu vou dizer só estacionar um tuk. Eu já lhes digo, estaciona um tuk.
É pá, eu quero levar pelo menos 2 pessoas, se der. Perdemos 2
Está
gajos.
estressante.
Não, é ridículo. Dissemos em 3 línguas, tudo junto. E mesmo assim, 2 italianos conseguiram bazar. Pediram-me desculpa para aí 5 vezes, é para dar-lhes na cabeça. Então, nós dissemos em italiano, não basem, explicámos o porquê. Bazaram. Perdemos meia hora.
Olha, se,
Não, eles foram para a Glória.
Também perdi uma, foi um stress do caraças.
Os meus não quiseram ter pastéis porque estavam cheios do canal.
uma solução podia ser,
Pediram e...
se dizia ao princípio, se alguém quer sair, tem que dar um número. Então já tens no princípio, se saiam.
Também tem que aquela rua é bem movimentada. Está a ver? Eu contei 16, quando entramos já não estamos 16.
Então como é que queres fazer? Se não houver sítio para parar, paras só tu e vais tu?
Eu vou, eu tenho que ir, mas eu outra vez vou com nós.
Vamos fazer a mesma rota?
Vamos. Agora não vamos ao Panteão.
Pois, por causa do vinhos. E talvez também não vamos para a Assembleia. Também está fechada, é mesmo? It's very difficult. Só. Ah, é muito bom.
Estava bom almoço.
Sim, por acaso é bom, é um bom restaurante.
É.
Mas é um pouco. Sim, mas é normal isso lá, é um pouco mais caro.
Eu agora trago-me para fazer.
E tu não estiveste nunca na tropa?
Não,
Ou foste?
não. Eu queria ir para os pupilos quando tinha 8 e 9 anos, mas foi o meu pai que não me deixou.
Aí é?
O meu pai é que não me deixou ir para a tropa. Eu já nasci muito tarde, sabes?
Olha,
E o meu pai, eu fiz-te para seres a minha companhia na velhice.
eu estive lá.
E depois, como estava a estudar
Sim.
na universidade,
Pois,
fui sempre fui pedindo adiamentos, até que depois acabei por ser dispensado por excesso de contingente de 72, estás a ver?
Mas isso é a mesma coisa que eu tive. Acho que é a mesma coisa. Porque eu também estudei na Alemanha. Depois eles adiantaram-me 10 anos. Quando eu cheguei lá, eles disseram por mim: olha, não temos lugar para você, porque neste momento, quando você era para ir, era 3 anos de serviço. E nós agora só temos 6 meses. Por isso não temos nenhum lugar para você. Porque isso eu deixei. Não. Mas mesmo o ano passado, eu fui lá ver aquele barco, está lá um barco antigo.
Sim.
Não é bem antigo, só tem 100 anos.
Sim.
Esqueci do nome. Eu fui lá para dentro e estava lá um da Marina. Eu contei a mesma história que contei agora para ti. Mas agora precisamos. Então eu sou um velhote. Eu disse, sim, na mesma, mesmo que fosse civil, talvez isso também era uma ideia. Eu também estou a pensar fazer.
Mas depois também pensei assim, para que é que eu não precisei de ir à tropa? Eu cresci num quartel. Eu nasci num quartel.
Sim.
Eu disse, meus irmãos, o mais velho, coronel, tem 76. E o outro meu irmão, que é major, tem 74. A minha irmã tem 71. E depois tenho eu.
Mas eu sei porquê.
Depois venho eu.
Tu é o terceiro.
53.
És o terceiro. És o terceiro. Como se diz?
Não, eu
Filho.
já sou. Sim, quarto.
Quarto. Mas depois da tua irmã.
A minha irmã, que é a primeira, já tem 71.
Porque isso normalmente é
Depois
uma
o outro,
regra.
75.
Há aquela regra que o terceiro sempre tem que sobreviver. Por vezes nem podias entrar. É capaz.
Não, mas o meu pai é que não. Eu queria ir para os pupilos logo quando era puto, mas o meu pai não deixou. Senão, eu tinha acabado de seguir a carreira militar, de certeza. Eu estava agora com uma vidinha do caralho, sossegadinho da vida.
Sim, mas agora vai ser um pouco mais difícil. Agora nesta zona, aquela agora com o Putin, esse acho que tem que se. Podia ser que já 1 ano ou 2 anos estamos em guerra. Não é só por causa dele. Porque isso é uma chance para os chineses. Isso, quer dizer.
Vamos ver, eu acho que não vamos chegar a esse ponto.
Não queria, mas o chinês estava muito tempo muito parado. Eu não acho. Quando entra o chinês, então é para conquistar o sistema que temos agora. E o Trump está já a fazer, já está a estragar tudo. É o Trump que é pago dos russos, está a estragar tudo.
Olha, eles que se matem todos.
Sim.
Deixem todos sobreviver.
Vamos lá ver. Já agora, quem produz mais não é a América com os aliados, é a BRICS. A BRICS com Sul-África, Brasil, Rússia, China, produz mais produtos do que o Oeste, os países livres. O Brasil é mais ou menos livre. Mesmo assim.
Sim, é o que está a passar neste momento.
Nesse momento, Quer dizer, acho que são 35 nos BRICS e 28 no West. E vai ser menos, o Trump já está aqui a desmontar tudo.
Aquela tontinha foi para ali para o Marco. Não é tão tontinha.
Sim, ela
largou os clientes no meio da passadeira, o semáforo verde, e eu ali atrás a tentar nem colher porque o trânsito a passar. E depois largou 10 metros à frente, outros assim no meio da estrada. Tu vinhas um pouco mais atrás, não o viste. E eu, mas o Tiago já me teve a dizer que temos que ter paciência com ela, que acho que ela passou aí um mau bocado e medicação, está a tomar medicação.
É?
Deu falhada. Os meus clientes fartaram-se de rir com as merdas que ela fazia.
Então, ainda bem que veio tudo. Está vindo. Ah, não. Pois, não, eu já, hoje eu estava muito mais do que outras vezes. Ela está sempre assim, anda muito devagar, sai, antes, a última vez quando estava aqui, já há uma semana, ela foi, no momento quando veio os grupos, foi para a casa de banho e não disse nada. Então estávamos todos a esperar por ela.
Ai.
E nem sabia onde ela estava. Oh, eu tenho que... pois, vamos lá abrir ali.
Eles entrarem para o consultar as águas que a Beatriz está a dar já.
Tiago, agora o meu último vai ser a bolsa americana. Dá-me um. Agora, exatamente. Dois. Pronto. Fini. E agora, tirar aqui. Ai, também isto.
Obrigado. Para limpar o cu, obrigado.
Não, fica ainda mais. Pode tirar daqui, pode tirar daqui.
Sim. Pode me posicionar aqui.
Have you already been off? No, really. Oh dear.
Not every day.
Just a moment. So, Tiago.
Tuk-Tuk vai ser só questão.
So, Tiago. Okay.
I don't know, we booked previously.
So yeah, okay. I don't know where it is. If you like to, you can go with me, just to make it simple. And then just this two. right?
These two, he's put 2 on that one there.
Two on that
Guy's
one.
done.
I give you back in a minute because you have to keep all the paper, but you can see the inside
Okay.
if you want to. Is this one? Just a second, I came back.
Thank you.
I want just to make it more simple, you know. Just, come on. Come. Ah, Tiago, olha, já tenho aqui 4 pessoas no meu coisa.
3.
São 3. I have just 3 papers.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
one of them
I
one's
bought
got
the wrong
two.
thing, and he wrote, the guy over there wrote.
Two on there.
I bought the wrong one, and he wrote 2 on there. Look, 2 people.
2 people.
2 people.
The
Okay.
Ventura guy. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Tickets? 4?
Não, olha, está escrito 2 pessoas da senhora.
São 2, 3, 4, ok.
Okay? So, come.
Wendy, if you want to sit later.
Okay, ladies, cursors. So my name is João. We make it as simple but possible. Just call me John because it means the same. Yeah?
Okay, John.
Okay. So then a little question. Where do you come from?
From England.
From south of England.
South of England?
Yes.
Cornwall? No?
No,
Not
no.
that far, no.
Hampshire.
Hampshire. Okay. So I like my English guests for a few reasons. At first, we have a big history together.
Yes.
The oldest alliance between 2 countries is between Portugal and England since 1384. So yeah. And then, even when we built our nation, Portugal, there came a lot of English crusaders. And that's why when we took over the fortress, we named us the name from King George the First. That's why it's São Jorge. So we'll pass the cathedral. Our important church are on battlefields of the Crusaders. The cathedral is on the battlefields where the Portuguese and the English fight against the Moorish people, which was Islam. And there is another important church. It's not a cathedral because it was the rest of them all, of the Crusaders who fight below the church São Vicente. So we have our nation was really built on fighting against the Moorish, and our king it was to protect the Christianity and spread the Christianity. So, and that's why it is related to São Vicente. São Vicente was a holy person who get his holy status in fighting against the Roman Empire. On that time was not Christian. So he fight in nowadays Saragossa, Spain. And when the Moors came over Spain, it's not Spain and Palestine, it was Roman Empire. Then they took the bones from São Vicente away because there was afraid that makes a sample for the Christian. But even through, later came the Crusaders, so helps not that much. So they took the bones, and when our king arrives with the Crusaders here in Lisbon, they found out where the bones are. And they say there was an Algarve, and Algarve was passed then still in a Moorish hand. So they sent some crusaders and some Portuguese knights down and to find the bones, and they found it, and they took again back. On the way from the south of nowadays Portugal to Lisbon, they're following two crows. So the whole way to this place. So these crows are now on the shield of Lisbon. The shield of Lisbon is a ship, and left and right is the crow, a symbol from São Vicente, also a symbol to fight against the unchristian. So, and that's why the São Vicente is important when our kings died. When our king died, each one, they put the heart away, put in a jar, in alcohol. There's a room, they put it down below the floor. Because to understand that our kings are linked to fighting against the unchristian empires, and even the bigger one. And the first one, the first war was against the Moors, the Islam, and then the second was to spread all over the world. So, but our tribes are older, and then we have another link to England. Not to England, I want to say more to UK. Why? Because our language was built in the 4th century in northern West Spain, which is nowadays Galicia. In between Galicia and Asturias was original Celtic tribe from the north. And our language was built with them. So that is a mix. Our Portuguese is a mix with the Celtic from the north, with the Latin. That makes it different to the Spanish. And that's why we have this smooth ending. Maybe you hear in your life some Gaelic or Scottish or even Gaelic Scottish, and you hear also this smooth ending. Even we can hear that the link. So then, how we built our nation was a little bit silly, because the son take over Porto, and then he found something similar, because he know the Celtic tribe who was in his kingdom from the mother. And then he decided, okay, that looks like they are also Celtic, so make an own country where the Celtic join with the Celtic. What was the Celtic before? It was the Lusitanians. No, okay, I want to be serious. The Lusitanians, we don't know really if they are Celtic, but we knew they have the same artifacts like the Celtic. They use the same arts. So that's why we know. We know also there's in Iberia was also the Ibero-Celtics. So, but where these Celtics came, it is much earlier. This is a very old thing. The Celtic was spread all over Europe before the other tribes began. And who will stay very poor, it was who left the continent and go to British Islands. And of course the English mixed also a lot, so that's why they are not Celtic anymore. Maybe the exception, Cornwall. And yeah, and so the king found then, maybe we think that he found some Celtic personalities. So and then why he gave the name of this country Portugal. The old name of the city of Porto was Portus Cale. Portus means harbor, and of course Porto is on a harbor. And Cale, there are a lot of people are fighting, which meaning. But for me, the most logical one is the meaning of mountain in Celtic, which is in Scottish Gaelic, or it's like Gal, but Calais. So and Porto, when you see, it is really on one mountain, not like Lisbon. Lisbon have a lot of little mountains. So yeah, makes more sense. And then makes also sense to make his own country, because to join the Celtic and the Celtic. So, and then was built this country fighting against the Moors downwards. So a little fun fact, the Romans fight much longer against the Lusitanian than any other tribe. Even they took one of the first tribes they took was the Lusitanians and the Iberians and the Ibero-Celtics too. They took it just in the beginning of the empire, but they took much longer than nowadays these big countries like France. The old tribe of the France is the Gallians, and they was overtaken much faster. Yeah. So yeah, we are somehow warrior tribe. Yeah. So and then it's very interesting to know. You know, Portugal is a small country, just 10 million people. But it gets even more interesting when you know how many people lived back then, before of the age of discoveries. There was just 1 million people. To get to compare that, you have to know how many England had at that time, 14 million. So even the ratio was bigger. So, so we have to use a lot of tricks. But what's helped us a little bit after we built our country is when we see backwards a big enemy was the Castilians before. Portugal is even older than Spain because Spain was built after, a few centuries after. And then you have just the sea. And then maybe it's a good idea to go to the sea, but how? So maybe we'll say, the Vikings did it too. Yeah, they did, but they never knew where there was. They just drive around the islands to the next coastline, and then they go to the next and hopping like that. They never found again. So yeah, just they have an idea. You have to go there. So, but they really don't. They cannot make maps, and they never navigate. So maybe when we talk about navigation, maybe we'll say, but the Romans surely could. They couldn't. They could not navigate. Even on land, they have to build the roads to find again the places. Without the roads, they don't find nothing. What they conquer. So, and it looks like the maps of the Romans look like a metro station maps, just straight lines. Yes. So. But the Romans, they could build streets very straight and build houses perfect and quarter. And there was 3 measurement instruments. And the Portuguese have a simple idea. What if you use the same instrument and put it upside down to the stars? When you know where the stars are, then maybe you can also navigate. Yeah, and they make a map of the stars. And of course, they can use the angle. And with much more mathematics like the Romans used, they could begin to navigate. And even was the first one, at least in Europe, maybe China could do also, to paint maps and to found again the places what they discovered, at least for themselves. And in the beginning, it makes no difference if you are small or big, because you are the only one. So that's my team leader. So when he goes, we go too. So, okay, perfect. Let's go. Oh. Olha, momento, Thiago.
Later on, I think.
Way above the bridge. So then I have to say just one day in our history, the 1st of November 1755. Why this day is so important? Because on that day Lisbon hits by earthquake. So, but not only earthquake. So in the uptown, the part where the richer people lived, they had carpet on the wall and carpets on the floor. And the oil lamps fall down and they begin to burn the whole quarter. And then the people flee to the downtown. And they're in front of the palace of the king. And then came a tsunami. So we talk about that over the half died on that day. And the city was destroyed. So why it is important? Because 1755 Portugal already make a lot of maps. They get known to spread the Christianity all over the world. And the people around Europe written a lot of letters about it. And often with the question, why this country get hit by God? Why this country have to suffer while they spread the Christianity all over the world? So, and then changes also the age. We talk until that date, we talk about the Renaissance, and after it is the New Age. And what has happened then? The United States was founded, the Napoleon Wars, the democratization of Europe, everything what changes Europe came after. The people don't believe anymore on the 100% on the God power. And that makes different. So we change it to be fundamentalist on the time of the Renaissance, and we open our mind in all over Europe.
I'm not going to believe what that was. That was an 18th century. Totally falling to pieces for many, many, many years. Yeah, and look what they did. They kept the front, put new tiles on, and built a 5-star hotel right there. They're doing this all over the city. It's mandatory to keep the whole facade. The Royal Army Hospital I used to go as a child, because as a son of an army officer, I was also entitled.
So now it's time to talk a little bit about history about Lisbon itself. So maybe you like to guess how old Lisbon is. So I can tell you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 1,000, thank you. Okay, so the thing is, to have a place like this, we have a natural harbor, and we have also, you don't know right until now, we have a lot of water fountains and even hot water springs too. We will pass one of them, and of course there was other sailing nations back then. And I want to talk about the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians was even talked about in the Bible. And the Phoenicians was the tribe who go in war against the ancient Egypt and lost. So we have foundings from the Phoenicians, 1200 before Christus, means that Lisbon is even older, 3,000 years. Please look on the right side. That is one of the thermal water fountains and was also very beautiful when you look up. So, 3,000 years for a city in Europe, it's very soon. Even Rome is not that old. Rome was founded only by the sayings, what they say, 750 before Christus. So even we double that. So please look on the right side and see on that house row, you saw already the titles, the blue titles. Then can a green one, then a yellow one, and then a pink one, and a yellow one, and then you see a house with peaks, right? Did you see the house with peaks? If you don't see it, don't worry. We see it again after this building. I can just begin to talk about this house with peaks is the Museum of Saramago. Saramago is a Nobel Prize winner of literature. You see the house with peaks, huh? Yes, there we are. And because we Portuguese like to be that simple that possible, the name of this house is, like I say, House with Peaks, Casa dos Picos. And what is more interesting is not that the Museum of Saramago is great, but more interesting is if you go there, the cellar, you can see the foundations of the Phoenicians. So we are now in the downtown. In Portuguese, the Baixa, which means just down. And that was completely destroyed. If you see then the houses, you will recognize it looks like New York, the old New York, all in the same row, all more or less the same size. So everything, because here was hit not only the earthquake, also the tsunami, and after the stones falling down, the tsunami take all the stones away. So, but that's why this is the explanation why it looks like a row, because everything is built after 1755. But there's one building they want to make it different, because they search in the whole city about the stones from the front of this building. It is a church, a Nossa Conceição Velha, and it appear on my right side. And when you see a yellow house on my right side, after this yellow house, on my right side, this is your left side if you want to. So this yellow house you see, and then you see a Nossa Senhora Conceição Velha, this one. So why they use that much wantness to want to make it? Because Vasco da Gama prayed before there, before he goes to the sea.
It's the way you sit, you know.
So please look on the left side. You will see this very straight lines streets with the same size house. You see? There we are. So where we go now, it is on the way to Alfama, which is the oldest part of Lisbon. And Alfama was hit only by the earthquake because it's also a little bit higher and not reachable by the tsunami. And also it was not the rich people place, and that's why they had not carpets, so nothing burns there. So, but even that destroys a lot of houses. So, but before we come there, we will pass a very important thing. For the case you will find some guy from Lisbon originally, and then maybe you will say proudly, oh, I was in Lisbon. Maybe you will say it's a beautiful city or something like that else. But then he will ask you a question. If you are not in this talk, you don't get it. He will ask you if you saw the Sant Antonio. And now on the left side, you will see the Sant Antonio, where is the statue of Sant Antonio in black. Not only that, and you see the white church, where is the church of Sant Antonio, this one. And you see the house with the flower right now. That is the house where he born. And that's why it's very important for the Lisbon people. We talk about Sant Antonio of Padua. He born here in Lisbon. He was a Lisboetan, how the Portuguese say. But he went even to church here. But his holy statue he get in Padua, Italy, when the church put him there. The church is just, this church, the Sant Antonio, is just 19th century, not very old. That's why a lot of people, tuk-tuk driver, don't mention it. But what is very old, it is the next one on my right side, which is the Cathedral of Lisbon. We call it just the said Lisboa. So, it was built 1147. So, it is nearby that old that Portugal is, because Portugal was built 1135. After 12 years, our king arrived to Lisbon, built immediately this cathedral. That is one of the few houses who survived the earthquake. There was one pillar who moved about 30 centimeters, but the roof don't fall down. But since then, when it's rain also inside. That means in the winter time when it rains a lot, then maybe that is the most cleanest floor. So maybe you can guess now that Lisbon have a lot of hills. Yes. And this street is the same. This street get a name from me. I call this street the Horse Street. Why? It feels like you are on the back on a horse. I'm so sorry for it. I cannot nothing do about it. So, because we have a lot of hills, we had a lot of viewpoints. And we call the viewpoints miradores. And the next one, and please look on my right side, it is a mirador de Santa Lucia. And there you have a great view to the harbor of Lisbon and even to your ship. And it's a great place to grab coffee or tea and sitting there on the coffee and look, and just to can spend hours here just to sit there. So then, because Lisbon is rich of mountains, We are rich on miradores. And the next one is 10 meters here. Is just, no, even not 1 meter here. So this one have a poetical name. It is called Portas do Sol, which it means, the translation means the doors to the sun. And yes, the name is perfectly, because it's always shining inside. Very delightful. Please look on that statue. You see, look on the left hand, you see a ship, and left and right a crow. You see? That is São Vicente, the statue of São Vicente. The São Vicente church is there back there, and you see the white church is this one. So I said already, that's our important church, are built on the Crusaders and Crusaders battlefields, and who died a lot was the Germans and Flemish people on the place where the São Vicente, but it was not that much like the English. So that's why the English get the cathedral, and the second important church, São Vicente.
Oh, busy.
We'll have that bit to do.
Okay, I have to help the lady. So, okay. So a little fun fact, what Flemish means in Portuguese, it is a bit funny, because the name of Flemish are flamingo. So the flamingos and the Germans fighting there. So our city invited a lot of modern artists to make some places like they want. And you see an example on my left side. You see a mosaic of a woman's face next to this bus station on my left side. There in the corner. So because these artists want often to mention something about Lisbon, we think maybe he wants to make it is a portrait of Amália Rodrigues. Amália Rodrigues is the most best fadista, and Fado is the Portuguese folk music, and it is a singing philosophy, and the Portuguese take it very seriously. Even we have a museum of it. And have a heritage at least of 350 years, but most likely is older. So the next church, we have a lot of special things here, Lisbon. Don't worry, I will to talk. The next church is the Igreja da Graça. So I will translate it in the Church of Grace. What it is not very special because it is from the 16th century, not very old, but yes, it is linked to the convent of Christus. Maybe you can mention something about it, or you're gonna. So the most interesting is where is the heritage of the convent of Christus. The heritage of the convent of Christus are the Templar Knights. The Templar Knights was a protector of the holy sites, even in the Middle East and also in Europe. And because of this status, they have the only one who could have this right. On the Middle Ages, they could lend money to anybody. Mostly, that is the Church of Grace, yes. Mostly to help the pilgrim when they're lost or get rubbish. Yes. That they pray for the devil. So the Pope decided to close the convent, and depend in which country you was, They even killed them. So now you see on the left side the convent of Christus, his heritage of the Templar Knights. And because it was fighting monks, it looks like a little castle, right? So the Pope said to end this, and they have to flee all over Europe. And the place where they can go, it was Portugal. They came over here, and of course, because Portugal was also Catholic, and have also to follow the rules of the Pope, they make it but different. They open a new one with a new name, which is the Convent of Christus. Close the other one and put the same people from the Templar Knight convent to the Convent of Christus. So it was before of the time of the discoveries. The King of France made that decision with the Pope 1307. So it was before of the age of the discoveries. So and the Portuguese already had a plan to go to the sea. We know that. That's why we believe they was very happy to get some people who even can fight and help us against the Castilians, which became later the Spanish. So I turn now to the left side, and please look the street down. On the wall you see a painting, but sorry, you cannot see because there's a truck. Sorry. There's a woman with a carnation flower in the hand, and you cannot see because the truck there. I want that he pass me, but he don't want to. So yeah, there's a woman with a gun in the hand, and in the gun is a carnation flowers. Then we came to the completely other chapter of our history. We talk about the 20th century, the end of our dictatorship, the Carnation Revolution, like the flower. So because we saw then we have a lot of time to talk about the older stuff. So what has happened? We was already in wars with our colonies. Why? Because we had this stupid dictator, this cruel this cruel dictator, and for us in Portugal it was easy to say that the guilty, that the dictator have to move. But of course, our colonies, they don't found the guiltiness in our dictator. They found the guilty in the country of Lisbon. She's never understand when I talk something. So we have to wait a little bit longer. So here we can go off. While you go off, so for the colonies, oh, there we are. So the colonies was easy to say. They said that is Portugal. For us was the dictator, for them was Portugal. And 3 of our colonies go to war. One of them had the double of population and get support from Russia. Which one was that? Angola. Angola have double. Angola, support by Russia. And then later even for the Cubanians. So let's talk about where we are. We are in Nossa Senhora do Monte, and maybe you heard about this. I said already about the simple name about the Casa dos Picos, and that is also a simple name. They saw a woman on the mountain, and then called it Woman on the Mountain. And Nossa Senhora do Monte. So this is the highest point of Lisbon. Please take a view.
Thank you. Yeah.
On the left side you will see São Jorge. On the left side you will see also the statue of Jesus Christus, which is the highest statue in Europe, 110 meters. And the bridge you saw already. You pass with the ship.
Took pictures of the statue of Christ as we came in.
Oh yeah, you saw it better.
So when the tsunami came,
1755.
How deep was the water?
So we don't know how deep because nobody awake. But they said the water flows away before. We know that. And then
obviously it did a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. Yeah. We don't know how high, but we think at least, because we know which houses are newer, at least was 10 meters, but maybe higher.
That's a lot of water.
A lot of water. You're welcome. So.
Vou ter aqui umas caminhas.
Rapaz, eu não sei. A Beatriz não gosta de ouvir ou não tem ouvidos ou não pode ouvir. Eu disse, Beatriz, não pões aqui o banco.
Eu acho que ela de vez em quando desliga.
Sim.
Uma mulher inteligente, mas de vez em quando desliga.
Pensa demais.
Está no off. Está muito calor hoje.
Pode ser. Talvez eu vou fazer o meu AC personal.
Isso.
Ar climatizado.
Ou com ventoinha.
Não, sei. Tu conheces técnica do computador? Tem um cooler em cima, não é? E às vezes eles têm um cooler de água. Sim, mas antes que passe aí a água, há uma peça que é o Peltier Element. E essa faz um lado faz muito frio e o outro lado faz mais quente. E então, nesse lado não está mais quente, passa água. Tem que passar, tem que tirar. Senão estão no caso. Essa coisa.
Mas há umas
gasta
ventoinhas pequeninas, tu ligas aquilo ao USB. Os patrões não podem ver porque senão pensa que a gente gasta a bateria toda. Mas aquilo são pequeninas, mas é o suficiente para dar aquele.
Eu quero meter mesmo na pele, por cima. Quando eu estou ao lado, quer dizer, tem uma bateria pesada, como eu já tenho aqui, vem por algum lado, então mete aí onde são as circulações do sangue. Atrás.
Meio quando está muito calor.
Sim, isso ajuda. Quando eu tenho pronto, porque eu já tenho esse passo.
Faz isso. Depois mostra-me como é que fazes para fazer.
Sim, eu faço por ti. Bem.
Vamos ver aqui como é que está a malta. Não, 일로 와요. 이쪽에 있어. 우리 거냐 여기야? 우리 거냐?
Are you prepared for another story? Mm-hmm. Okay. You see this little church here on the left side? So, that was a mosque before. The only mosque who survived the attack from the Crusaders. They destroyed all of them, exception this one. And the Muslims left in the wall built chair in stone. And there was a saying, if a pregnant woman sitting there, get a good pregnancy. Our first queen, Maria the First, a great queen, I can say. Great. She was pregnant, sitting there, get a good pregnancy. Yeah, is this one? The second green one. Tens um segundo? Posso meter gente? So, there we are, come. This one, yes. This one. One of these.
I've lost my wife. Yeah, I know, I've lost my wife again. Yeah. Always lose that.
So what is about the colors in the city? So we begin already to talk about the revolution. So we fight against a lot of liberation wars in the colonies, and you can imagine so let's go a little bit. And then our army decide to end with the dictatorship. So there was some, and they combine, if there came a special music in the radio was never before played, then they will march to Lisbon. And yeah, even the school of the cavalry, with the horses, came over the river and take the ministers. And a lot of army parts all over Portugal came to Lisbon and want to take the dictator. So there was a woman on the same time. Her idea was to open a second restaurant, and she bought flowers. The flowers of April, because it was the 25th of April. She heard the music, and the music about brotherhood and marching. And she get notice, okay, it looks like it came as a revolution. And she said already, okay, cannot open the restaurant. She took all the flowers she bought. It was the carnation flower. And then she waited, they came, the soldiers passed by, and she gave every soldier one carnation flower, and they put the flower in the gun to show the people they don't want to shoot to the people.
Yeah.
And so they're dying just 5 people in fighting against the secret police, because that was the most stupid one. And every 25th of April, we celebrate our liberty. We have then a carnation flower in our clothes, and we sing the one song, who played in the radio about brotherhood. So, and last year, it makes 50 years. And even all people over the world who were Portuguese came to Lisbon to celebrate. And there was a sea of carnation flowers all over. Yes. So now we are on the way of São Vicente Church. I said already, the hearts of our kings are there. So it takes a little bit of time. It will appear on my left side. It is a white church. Maybe you remember the place where the flamingos fighting. And the specialty on this church is also, it is just a church, but it is built like a cathedral. And please, on the left side, there we are.
Wow.
There we are.
I think it's really way to do.
So please look on the left side. There we will see a shop from an artist of azulejos, which is these blue tiles you see in a lot of places. So the shop itself looks not very special because it have just a black and white checked titles on. But the next house maybe is the friend of the artist. He bought a lot of them work. And the first one is the devil, which is not very beautiful. But then you see it get better and better. He learned to paint. And the most beautiful, I think, is down the stairs with the ship.
Oh, yes.
So what is the reason for these blue titles? So that I mentioned already that Portugal was the first who could navigate. So, and that's why Portugal founded 70% of the coastline of the world. There was painted at first by the Portuguese. So people with some money, they begin to build houses, and then you would see in that time one white house to the next white house. Why white? Because that was the only color who was available at that time. If you want to be something special to the next one, the middle lapis lazuli, which the Romans already knew. But the problem on lapis lazuli, you cannot paint it. You can only put on something when you burn it. So you make titles. Paint it on and then you burn it. And then you have invented the titles. And if you see a house with blue titles, maybe it looks a little bit old, then it could easily be, the titles at least, older than 500 years.
Wow.
And of course later there came other colors too, and then you use also for the titles, and then you see titles with other colors too. So like this one is green, but looks much younger. Because the old titles are very thick. There's 2 fingers thick. They don't break like that. Oh yeah, there came the Electricus, one of the trumps.
Oh yeah, here we come.
My colleague don't understand what we're doing. She's in the middle of the street. Oh, but it's good for the one who make pictures now.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another tram. So they looks a little bit like American, right?
Yeah.
And they're really from America. They was built by a company in Philadelphia.
Oh, the trams.
Yeah, the trams. And there was fit like the streets are here. We have these narrow curves here often. And this have just they have just 3 wheels in a row. And they can easily go around these narrow streets, lines. Yes.
Yeah, it's just there. So. Well, yeah, if you could drive here. Yeah, it seems to be. You can see anything over there.
So.
You have to be very patient.
Oh yeah. And you have also to grow some hair on your toes. So. Oh, and we have to use a lot of tricks to go to the streets and to be together. So.
Clearly the road back from the castle.
So we will pass in a few seconds the place called Martí Muniz. Martí Muniz was one of the crusaders who was fighting against the Moors here in Lisbon. And so what he did, we don't know why he is out of the camps, but I would say, just to make it more simple and a bit funny, he wanted to go to pee and go a bit away from the camps. And then he saw Moorish people came out of a hole. They discover a hole and come out, and they assault the camps of the Crusaders. So and he thought, okay, let's wait. And he wait. So he wait that the last Muslim want to close the hole, and then he put the cover away and put himself in the door by fighting against the Moorish people. So of course the Moorish people don't like it. They sacrifice him, and he was dying in the door, but the door they could not close. The door. They could not close the door. So the running crusaders who come after him, they found the open door, the half open door. And could assault the castle much more easy. And this is the place of Martí Muniz. But we have no statue, unfortunately. So, so the next place, it is from João I. João I is the most important king of Portugal. He is the one who ordered to build the University of Coimbra, to build the navigation school of the mathematical navigation school, who built the engineering school of shipbuilding. He will appear on his statue on the right side. And you don't know them, but maybe you know his third son. His third son is Infante Henrique, never supposed to be a king because it was the third son. But he have a name in the most language in the world. And in English, it calls Henry the Navigator. So now on the right side you see the King João Who gave the order to Henry the Navigator? His son, the third son. There we are. So, if you don't want, we make pressure. So, So now we can talk about the earthquake 1755, because we talk about a king who came way after it. I don't know what is that for sound. Oh, sorry. So, and we talk about this one. That is a place called Rocio, and on the top of the pillar is Pedro the Fourth. Pedro the Fourth was son of Maria the First, and I said Maria the First was a great queen because she was ruling Portugal in the time when Napoleon wants to take over the country. And there's this one thing Portugal have in common with Russia. Why? Russia and Portugal was the only countries in the continent who bring the whole family. And this prince was 9 years old when he came from a still destroyed city by the tsunami and the earthquake to Rio de Janeiro, which was complete and maybe also beautiful. So when he comes back and then becomes king, he decided to make from one empire to two, and he becomes King Pedro the Fourth of Portugal and the rest of the colonies, and Pedro the First of Brazil. He split it. So there was naturally that comes some journalists and asked him, so if you are king of both, where you want to bear it? And then he said, oh, I want to bury it in Brazil, but my heart will stay in Portugal. And then when he died, the next king take it very literally, because the original name of Porto in the north was Portuscale. They put the heart and put it not to the São Vicente like the other kings. They put it away and put it in Porto, in the city of Porto. The only heart of a king, and it buried in a church in Porto. So the next king don't like him, I think so. On the left side you see the Rocio train station. It is built in Monolithic style. This style you found only in Portugal. It is named after King Manuel I, who was a king of the discovery era time. This king lived in the 15th century, and of course the train station is from the 19th century, so it is neoclassic. Tiago. Noah?
Mete ali mais, descarrega lá atrás, João, depois vai dar a volta.
Tá bem.
Aqui aos táxis.
Ok.
Sim, não tem que ficar só, estás a ver?
Tá bem. So, what we do? I will left you here, but a second I have to stop there. So I will left you here, and then I have to turn that long. Sim, olha bom dia. O senhor disse-me para ir para trás. Sim, é só para descarregar. Descarregar e então eu vou. Não posso? Está bem, está bem. Please stay here. Okay.
Stay here, stay in.
Stay here, sorry. The police have the bigger word than the emo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I'm sorry. So now we have we make an extra turn, or maybe not. So let me see if the police is away. So yeah, now you can. So I'm sorry, the police. So just stay here. My colleague will pick you up, and then you go to the pastry, the pastry in Portugal.
Okay, you say your colleague. How will we know it's one?
This one, the white one.
Oh,
This one.
Okay.
So, just and then I make that much. I will pick you back. Maybe when I get a place, then I come also to this pastry store. So then we see us. Be careful. So another round. So. Para não ficar aí. mas Olá. Oh, obrigado.
We used to go down to the
So let's try go over the street. So anybody else here? Yes? Let's go. Oh, just wait, wait. Oh yeah, we can go. Green. Yay! So it is your Tuk-Tuk, right? Or not? Is it your Tuk? Okay. Take a while. And my colleagues come with me. You know, our Tuk is in front. $110. Here we are. That is our Tuk. Here we are. Take a hop. So because it's very important, water.
Thank you.
Water too. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, and that is not all of it. And if you need to clean your hands, there you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we are.
Thank you.
That would be very unwise, Wendy.
So, but we have also not only the English helped us. In the beginning, we had already a fleet. The English not, and the French want to come over, and we was there to keep England. If not, you would speak French.
Yeah.
And I would not understand you. So, and we joined the First World War. We was in Belgium to protect England too, because that is the purpose why we go to this war. In the Second World War, we have this stupid dictator who was a fascist, kind of he liked Hitler, but when the English asked to do something, they give the Azores to protect the line, the support line to England. At least.
Right.
It helps. Could be better, but
Yes. Yeah, it helps.
So.
Yeah. Ela saiu só depois lá buscá-la.
Sim, é para buscar porque uma não pode falar, andar assim tanto. E agora eu não sei como vamos apanhar agora o sinal para andar. Talvez o Tiago vem e então vai apanhar o seu Tuk. Onde está o Tuk do Tiago? Está aí, do Tiago.
O Tiago está aqui.
Pois. Porque o Tiago ainda ficou lá.
I'm pretty good.
Tomorrow, isn't it? That's advisory.
Yeah.
I got 15 on. Yeah, I should leave it till we get home.
Então, vamos esperar por ele. Vamos esperar por
Se ele não escreve nada,
O Tuk está ali.
as pessoas
Lá dentro.
estão completos.
Não. Só lá está aquele que nem sequer saiu. Muito forte.
Só está lá um.
Não, agora a mulher já chegou. Estão lá dois.
Mas eu trouxe os gajos. Onde eles foram?
Trouxeste 4, está ali?
Sim, 3.
É?
3.
Mas havia um problema com uma senhora que não podia andar, é?
Sim.
Só para dar ali uma justificação àquele.
Sim. Sick. Have to wait. So, just a little question. Are you complete in this book? Are you only 3 people?
Yes.
Ah, okay, then that's perfect. I thought I lost someone. So, sorry, but thank you for your patience because there's one woman who cannot walk very well. That's why we pick up him directly in front, and that's why it takes everything a little bit longer. So, just wait. The leader. You are on the top of the leader.
We're on holiday.
Huh?
We're on holiday, we're not bothered.
Yeah, okay. I just want not to leave you behind with nothing to say. So, okay. So you're from England too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you know already that we have this special islands between Portugal and England?
As long as it's not football.
No. But the oldest alliance between two countries is between England and Portugal since 1384, and it's still in force.
I didn't know that. Didn't know that. I know we beat you up at one point.
Yeah, we have some common with also soccer. We like also both the football. We call it football. So, and that's why we have also, and it was a long time. We have in our national pantheon. You didn't saw that, but we have national pantheon who was served only as mausoleum for the Portuguese who are next to our heart. And of course, the father is very important for us. That's why Amelia Rodriguez is there buried. But not all that. Also the football, and that's why we have Eusebio there buried. So there we are. That is the leader. So now we can go. Now it's very spotty today.
Yeah. Both sides. I believe that it must be something realistic.
So just sorry for the loud noise. I just gave a signal that we will start. Oh. Oh man, this woman makes me completely. Now, first he stopped and then he stopped not. She. Okay. So there we are. So great. We are all together now. So then when you see on the right side when this house row ended, there we see one of the elevators. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
So we said already something about the Portuguese, how they give name the things. Very simple, right? Nossa Senhora do Monte, the woman on the mountain, the house with the peaks, Casa dos Picos. But it is not only a thing what we have now. We had even past then when we are on the discovery age. We came with a ship on January on a river. How we called then the place? January on a river. You know it as Rio de Janeiro. So, the end of this house rows you will see. In front there looks a little bit light inside, and they came the tram down and up. So please look now on the right side. Have you a chance to see the elevator? There we are. So perfect. So on the right side you see again, let us see your train station. Not this, the next.
Nearly.
I'll see your train station. There we are. So the next elevator is near, but we have red. We have to wait. So the next elevator name is Santa Justa, Elevador de Santa Justa. So not on this, the next house row, and after the next house row, there's a little hole, and there you see the elevator. And this one is completely different. It goes straight up. That is like the American would say lift. And it's built 1902 by a philosopher, a Portuguese studied philosopher. And it will appear in 3, 2, 1. What? Now on my right side, there we are. Please look also up. It's very beautiful. Driving like stupid. Please look on the left side. There you see the old National Bank of Portugal. And the National Bank we have not anymore because we have the euro currency. That's why the National Bank are joined in Frankfurt, Germany.
Bellum is a beautiful beach, 6 kilometers and a half.
Yeah, we couldn't have gone any further back, could we? We weren't by the
Noisy and shaky.
Yes, but we would take
Hello. Everyone okay?
Yeah, you?
Yeah, I'm fine. All right.
that was the yes. That was the
So the next is a very expensive street on the times of the kings, because since over 100 years we have no kings anymore. So, and there was tailors, shoemakers, modists, and a lot of these high-class stores. But of course, we have no kings, and that's why all of these stores running down. Exception is one store. We will pass then. But first we have to reach this special street. There are the houses. I know that for all the people, Lisbon have always everywhere nice houses, but maybe these houses are a bit nicer than the other ones. And you feel already we go up, so it means we come to the uptown. We call it Bairro Alto. So now we turn to the left and we come into the Rua Garret, which was back then the expensive street of Lisbon. So left and right, houses maybe a bit pretty, beautifuler. So and the last shop was left. It will appear on my left side. After the construction site, you will see something metal, and after it, you will see the bookstore that survived all the time. There we are on the left side, on the corner, the bookstore, Livraria Bernard, and it has the title, the oldest bookstore in the world. So the next house, it is our brewery. We made their beer. And which color have the beer in Europe? In Central Europe, it is yellow golden. And that's why on the left side, after this truck, you will see a golden yellow titled house on the end of the street. You see? There we are, the brewery. Brewery. This is one of the difficult words for me. So we came from one point to the next point. The next point is the Lago do Carmo. The Lago do Carmo, it will appear on your right side when we go to the left. And it is a church who was never rebuilt after the earthquake and is still standing as a remember of the earthquake on the 1st of November 1755. So, just a second. So please look on the right side, the Church of Carmo, Igreja de Carmo. This church have no roof anymore since the earthquake 1755. And the next building is nevertheless also important, which is the headquarters of our National Guard. And why it is important, not only because there's one National Guard in front, is also because our revolution against our dictator ended here. The dictator fled to the National Guard, and then the National Guard come down, talk with soldiers, and then both speak to the dictator to please leave the country. Please.
Just like that. Yeah. Very nice.
So on the left side, I will turn to the right, you will see it on the left, the Theater Trinidad, the theater on the time of the kings. There we are, this pink house with this faces on the wall. So I mentioned already about the colors in the city, right? And you know that we begin to paint our houses just the day after, when we get our freedom. So what we have now still is that our government buildings, none of them are white. Even the National Palace with in copper, it is the same like the White House in the States. It is not white, it is pink. So the next monument will appear on my right side on the end of this house row, and that is from Louis de Camões. Louis de Camões was a poet of the 16th century. There we are. He is the most important poet of Portugal. Every schoolgirl, every schoolboy have to read his book called Lusíadas, and there is explained how the captains make his journeys. And from him we know that our captains like to leave a sailor in one side with this one order to make friends. And that's how we built our empire. So now we come to another century, the 19th century, We had a civil war, not against our king, not just for one question. Should we have slavery in the colonies? And the liberals who want to liberalize the slaves, they win. Since the 19th century we have no slavery, but to be honest, Queen Victoria of England asked us century before to stop the trade with slaves, and we did it. So, but of course in the colonies there was still slaves, and that we make an end by ourselves in the 19th century by that war, civil war. And the monument of Tuk-Tuk will appear on our left side. And on the right side right now is the Pig Street. On my right side there, down the Pig Street. So now on the left side, there we are, Tuk-Tuk, a hero of the Civil War, for the liberalization of the slavery. There we are. There we are. So on the right side, it will appear the Mercado del Rey. This was built after the earthquake because there so many people suffered by the earthquake. The guy who rebuilt the city built something for the people, and that was the marketplace. It will appear on my right side. After these two buildings, you see a building in the center is a little cupola, and that is the marketplace. You can buy there fish, meat, legumes, and everything. So all around so now on the right side, Mercado Ribeiro, and this kind of beautiful building. You will see with the clock in the center. So, and then came a little space again after it. And this space, there's a monument, and maybe we will see it again, but I can share it right now, from General Marquis de Sé de Bandeira. And he is another hero of the liberalization of the slavery. And even the statue, you will see it with a lost arm. The right arm is lost, and he lost this arm in the Civil War. So there we are. On the right side, General Marquis de Sé Bandeira. There we are. Not very good to see, I'm sorry, but we will see it again, I think. So, and please look on the left side. There you see a modern art. A modern art on the wall. There we are. You see it? And it is a fox. You know what is about the fox? There we are.
Yeah.
So, now come the best part of the tour. At first, you see here the center of our company, but what is more interesting is that you came now to the wine and cheese tasting. So there we are. There we are. So, the streets are extremely rough, and the driver is extremely stupid, right? Yeah.
Roger's doing very well.
Okay. If you want to have another cup of water, we have also here.
So is it any of you want to take a glass of fresh water over there?
Thank you, on my passing.
It's very hot.
Hola. So, are you good? Yes. How's the feeling? Now I said already to my that we go to the best part. The best part is on a sample of Portuguese wine.
Definitely the best.
So prepare. If you are not trained in this, you will start to sing. But don't worry, you are free. You can. So then, please follow me.
É que isso está muito mal posicionado. Vocês metem os clientes aqui na vossa garagem. Em vez de ter tipos aqui, não, metem aqui. Não, não é isso é nossa. Difícil para vocês. Ó, Bruno, você nem quer abrir, você vai ficar pago. Eu perdi. Isso é uma família. Ele vai esquecer os problemas desse dia. Você tem que ter um pouquinho de óleo. E outra aqui é fornecer óleo. Não, eu não gosto dele. Eu já sei qual empresa que eu vou buscar drive. Hã? Já sei qual empresa que eu vou buscar drive. É sabe, eu vou ficar na minha empresa. Vou buscar drive. É nada. É como a segurança, tá aqui. Eu não gosto da volta. Já percebe. Não é como este gajo, pá, parece aqui, parece estar a seguir, não tem que ficar parado.
O caminho que você tem na carne, não, isto temos que ter uma difícil às vezes isto foi tudo.
Quando ele voltar, que eu quero.
Quando tudo fez.
Isso é para
Foi para a primeira nova, a minha coisa. Dois anos que muito. Eu vou levar para o restaurante. Giro, por isso é que giro que já dizem há muitos conflitos. Grande ao negócio, grande ao negócio.
Ricardo nem viu, não é? Ricardo nem viu. Para andar com o diz que já tem bola e tem esse pouco. Beijinho. Abraço.
Eu só vejo uma vez para a parte de e também dá a procura.
What's your hairstyle?
How much did you have?
Happens on the cruise.
Hã? Bora. A Catarina já está a caminho. So the example of the simplicity of the Portuguese is also when you go, if you, you have not the time maybe to go to Alfama, but in Alfama there's any few meters there's a plate on a wall, and that is placed from some neighbors, from the a woman or the man who the picture is on the plate. So if you are somehow nice or you are somehow funny, then maybe when you die someone miss you, and could be the neighbor. And then if it's the neighbor, they ask for the permission of a wall and put a big plate with the name and your picture on it. So if you are simple, nice, or very funny, then it is possible here in Portugal to become somehow famous, at least for the site. So another example of the simplicity of the Portuguese. We had a guy about that he born maybe 100 years ago. So, and he came to Lisbon. He came to Lisbon, and then he bought an Oldsmobile F28, and then he immediately began to drive as taxi driver with his own car. Okay, until that is nothing special, but he drive his whole life with this only one car, and after 30 years, of course, this person with his car, he maintained himself, he repaired himself, became famous in the city, and he drove so long, then he died one day with 90 years.
Wow.
And the city of Lisbon named a street after him. His name was Augusto Machado. So even the city value this simplicity of life, and someone who celebrated to the end was Augusto Machado, who always used the same car. And even the company Oldsmobile, is an American company, came often on his side to give them a new car for free. And he always say, no, thank you.
Yeah, but our instinct is to meet up. I'm sure it's not eating.
Well, you could get up there without going through.
Where they went the other day, it was higher, wasn't it? Oh, yes, they go up. And we've done it our way there.
So please look on the left side. There you see again the monument of the General Marquez de Sá Bandeira with the right hand, with the right arm lost. There we are.
Oh.
A second chance to see that.
See it better this way.
Yes.
Santinho. So that Santinho we say instead, bless you.
Bless you. Yeah.
So it takes a little bit time, but I think we will pass the headquarters of the Portuguese Navy, and you will see a banner with 2 triangle sails, and that is one of the proof what I said.
Yes.
So, but you will also see another banner with a cross inside. So we talked about the Templar Knights, but I didn't say nothing about the sign of them. They have a red cross, and on the end is more thick. So when they changed to the Convent of Christus, they have also used the same side, but you have to change a little bit to fit in the regulation of a new convent. And so they put in this red cross a white cross inside. And that is still the sign of the Portuguese Navy. And when we passed the headquarters of our Portuguese Navy, you will see that also.
The triangle sails are still called Genoas, aren't they?
What? How did it?
The triangle sails,
yes,
are still called Genoa.
Genoa? Really?
Genoa.
Genoa?
Yes.
Genoa sails.
After the city.
That could be, I don't know.
Yeah.
About Genoa, I can also tell you something. Because the story about Columbus. So, when you talk with Italians, they even don't know that Italian exists only 200 years. So it's not very old country. So they always say, oh, Columbus was Italian. And I don't want to fool them. Somehow they are right. Because original he came from Genoa. And Genoa, yes, it is nowadays Italy. Back then, Genoa was a country by its own. So what I can say, in that time, when Columbus came over to Portugal, asking for support, Genoa was part of Portugal. The kingdom of Genoa fell to the crown of Portugal, so that's why maybe he had the idea to ask first the Portuguese. So, or maybe because of the fame of Portugal, could be also, because it's the older one. So on the left side is blue building. That is the headquarters of the Navy. So, and then a few meters far away, you will see the banners. But before, I will lift what Columbus was. So, of course, maybe if that back then had a passport, maybe he had a Portuguese passport. But of course, he born and came from Genoa, which is nowadays Italy. But what he said always, he want to liberate with the money Israel. And he was Jews. So, on the left side, there we see 4 banners. 2 blue ones. 2 blue ones with the triangle sails. And 2 white ones with the sign of the Convent of Christus, which is the sign of the Navy of Portugal. And the triangle sails is example of the smartness of this Navy. And it was, I can say also, that is the oldest Navy in the world. So, now we have red, we have to wait a little bit. So the next is, you will see on the left side, the Praça de Comércio. That was the site where the palace of the kings was located before the earthquake. And of course it was completely destroyed. And because the people suffered that much in the earthquake tsunami, they built a place for the people. I don't know, they will make a festival, that's why it's a little bit covered up, down. But in the center you will see that is King Jose I. He was 5 years on charge, and then came the tsunami and the earthquake. So the people say he get directly in deep sadness because his heritage was this famous, very strong kings, and he was suffered by punish from God. So the thinking of the Renaissance. So he get depressed. He goes to his palace in Sintra and never go off this palace. He just say to one guy called Marquês de Pombal, please bury the death and take care of the survivors. And Marquês de Pombal made everything to renew the city. And then he built also the monument of Jose I. But a few the big monument even is not about a king, it's about himself, Marquês de Pombal, which is never was part of the king family. So that's why a very big queen, Maria de she wants to make an end of the power of Marquês de Pombal and cut all of the powers of him. I think you can been accepted.
I did it. Coming in and out.
Yeah. Shows just how careful they have to be with their diet.
Be nice if you do. Try to look see the car. Probably the right. Yeah, I think it's actually pretty similar
So. So there we are. I hope you like it.
very much. Thank you.
knock it out first. Thank you. Yeah. My long legs.
So, welcome, ladies.
It was lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then there. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, man,
Very,
Mister.
very interesting.
Thank you. Have a nice day then.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Cada vez menos. Como foi?
Para mim me deram 10, agora assim.
Primeira, eles daram 5, agora são 10. Mas a primeira eu não estou nada zangado, porque a primeira era 2 italianos e 2 alemães. Eu não podia dizer muitas coisas porque tinha que ser em português e em alemão.
Assim deram-me 5 cada casal e estes só deram 5. Os 4.
Ah, bem, esse aqui dava 9 agora.
Estão com o grupo todo.
Como é que ela está?
Quem?
Ela não chegou ainda.
Quem?
Ela saiu logo.
Não, chegou, ela escreveu. Ela escreveu. So. Ciao. Olá!
Como está, João? Está tudo bem contigo?
Até agora ninguém mordeu-me. Mais um dia.
Agora, já sei o que é que este vai fazer. Olha que se foda. Também eu não estou com pressa para chegar à garagem, que eu agora não vou, já não tenho bateria para fazer um caralho, então vou fazer arrumar.
Queres fazer um caralho?
Não, não.
Não fazes assim em frente à minha cara.
Não tenho bateria para fazer um caralho, meu. Foda-se, agora vamos é para casa. Saio cedo hoje.
Estavas contente com a tour? Era bom, não era? As pessoas só eram ótimas.
Estas foram melhores porque eu falo inglês, então é muito melhor falar com os outros. Tinham
Verde.
italianos e tinham os franceses. E segundo eles dizem, nós não podemos falar, que eles habituaram, que é uma coisa correta.
Pois.
Por causa daquilo.
Ja. So, bye bye.